Hey everybody, welcome to the stream and welcome to another day in Azeroth. Thank you guys for joining me today. Sorry we had to fix our UI really fast, the cheap and dirty way. I think that looks okay. Oh, you know what, the cast bar is not going to work there. I'll move the cast bar up a little bit. I feel like, you know, that's probably not, none of it's symmetrical, right? But, you know, maybe that'll be okay for now. I'm okay with it. Alright, what is new? What is good, everybody? We are back on the rogue today. We're going to see if we can gain a level. That's the goal for today. We'll hit level 52. And we'll start with that and we'll see how that goes. Tanita, David, Michael, Grammy, Dante, Primordial, Mr. Blaster. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us today. Alright, we have a quest turn in the back of the cave. We have a quest to turn in right here. We'll turn these in and then we'll head out.
What's up? Keep it real. Hurry back. Glad I could help. Hurry back. Glad I could help. Keep it real.
7,000 XP. That's a lot of XP. I think we're definitely seeing the adjustment to the XP gains. Did they refund my talent points? Yeah, but I went ahead and I plugged them back in. Like, not a lot really changed for us, not from what I can tell. But I've already respect us. Talon, good morning to you, buddy. Welcome to the stream. I noticed like 1 or 2 new talents that seem like they would be pretty good, like deep in the tree.
Very good.
I'm just gonna run out and start hitting stuff, and we'll just see how we feel.
Well, then. You have a
All of these quests are worth so much more XP. Like on average, the quests here are worth 2,000 or 3,000 more XP than they were before the patch.
Very well then.
That's absolutely insane. I'm really happy that we saved Ungoro for after pre-patch. Because otherwise, we would have cheated ourselves out of a pile of XP. Isn't the server down? Ooh, wouldn't you like to know? Yeah, the US servers are down. This is my EU character. So that, you know, I can play on EU, and that really helps me on days like today when the US servers are down. It always makes sure that I have something to do. What are my thoughts on Boost? I have lots of thoughts on Boost. I don't really feel like sharing any of them right now. But suffice it to say, if you want to boost, boost. And if you don't want to boost, don't boost. Those are my thoughts on Boost. I don't boost, but it doesn't mean it's not the right thing for you. Okay, we have some map problems. Okay, our map problem has resolved itself. That's promising. Level 52. What is this? It's a secret to everybody. I don't think I want to pick that up right now. Collect blood petals. Yeah, that was the quest we were missing. Pterodax and blood petals. Let's grab that.
What do you want? Have a good one.
What is this? Fire? Oh no, I'm not doing that one. That guy can burn on the volcano for all I care.
Good day to you.
There we go. Alright. Let's go start fighting stuff. Starting with the Tar guys. The Tar guys were giving us kind of a hard time the last time we played. So that'll be a good comparison to see, you know, do we feel stronger? Are we stronger? Etc. I always abandon Ringo anyway. Every time I do that stupid quest, it takes me forever to get to the guy. It takes me forever to find the hottest point on the mountain as well, but then it takes me forever to like find the guy, and then I find him and then he like passes out and I forget about him and he just dies anyway. Chasing Amy 01 we can do. Oh, 60 minutes on poisons, but that's not the most important part. That's awesome, don't get me wrong. The most important part is our poisons don't have charges anymore. So I don't have to constantly look down to make sure I have charges left on my poisons. We don't have to hover over the buff 100 times a play session to see how many. It lasts for an hour and then it goes away. It made it really easy for us. Really easy. Yeah, it's gonna be good. I didn't know they were gonna be a half hour or a full hour over a half hour, but just the fact that we don't have to worry about how many charges we have is a mile high improvement. All right, enemies. Here's a living enemy. Yeah, these are the ones that disarm us. So the ones that do annoying stuff, like, they're still going to do all the same annoying stuff they always did. Yeah, this is probably not a great example, seeing as how we have not been able to hit. But I mean, it seems fine. I don't know that we're going to notice like any real drastic power increases at level 51. Probably not. I mean, we're still getting slapped around pretty good. That hasn't changed. And it probably won't change. What's my favorite class in TBC? I don't know, my favorite class changes all the time. I just try to love the one that I'm with, you know? I play a bunch of different classes. Aren't the servers down for maintenance? I don't know, are they? Yeah, they are, actually. They are down for maintenance. But I hope I got you to at least try to log in again. We are feeling pretty weak. Pretty freaking weak. The bandages we have don't do much of anything. That's great. It's a good thing we can't make any more of them anyway. And we do have food. Maybe that'll help. Rune cloth should drop in BRD. Yeah, we've been getting rune cloth from somewhere because we've had some, but well, let's see. What are the odds of me getting invited to a BR? Oh, not good. The odds of me getting invited in a system where human beings have to put together groups. It could take me hours and hours and hours to get an invite. When you have this many people queuing up, what really helps, it's this really crazy invention that they made. It's called an automated group finder. And what it does is it collects the people that are interested in some kind of content, and it sorts them by role, and then it forms groups automatically, and then it puts them in that group. It's really crazy. It's like this new thing. So understandably they're not using it yet. You know, but maybe one day a DPS playing solo, sitting in the queue, maybe one day they'll be able to get a group together without having to spend a half hour putting it together manually themselves, and without having to spend 2 hours just kind of idly sitting as they sink further and further to the bottom of the queue, like the worst Twitch streams do. So far down that no one's ever gonna scroll that far down to see you ever. No one's ever gonna be desperate enough to say, you know, I need a couple more DPS. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'll just peruse the whole list. I only need 2 more DPS, but maybe I better look down here. And no one's gonna do that. They're all gonna grab somebody at the top. So once you fall to the bottom, rip. You're done. A steel weapon chain would come in handy. I've never had a weapon chain. In my entire life, never have I once equipped a weapon chain. I've never even had one in my inventory. I don't even know what the icon looks like. I've never seen one. People talk about them all the time. Never seen one. But yeah, not getting disarmed would be great. So maybe one day if I remember and I'm at the auction house, I will look for one and see how much it costs. It's really hard right now to make an assessment quite yet. But if anything, I feel weaker than I felt before. Then again, it's been a few days since I played, but I definitely don't feel stronger. If anything, I feel a little bit squishier. I feel like I'm dodging less. Like, I just have a lot less passive dodge. And I don't know. It doesn't feel great. I will say that. You know what I also did? Like, I did the spec so that I can get all the way down into surprise attacks. And because I did that, like, we had points spent in Malice. And I think we just had a bunch of points that were better off spent over here. And I think my damage has gone down because of reallocating the points over into the combat tree to get down to the I don't think this was really worth it. Yeah, I feel like we just got weaker because I had to give up these points here for crit. Like, we lost all of our crit. We lost lethality, which just increases the damage bonus of a lot of our abilities. I think I was even going into Vile Poisons. Oh yeah, like our DPS just, like, it went into the toilet. Like, I gotta respec. I'm gonna have to respec. It's gonna be like a while before I can get somewhere where I can do that. I chased that endpoint talent, like, right to my doom. And now I'm dealing no damage. Very, very bad. Skipping Maraudon hurt me. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I'm sure it did. Do I need to repair? No, we don't. We're good repairing. We don't need to repair. No, yeah, I wish it was something like you know, like my gear was all broken and that's why I suck now. But no, I just messed up my spec. I chased that new endpoint talent and I just like, I tunneled it on getting to it and I didn't think about the fact that I was giving up a lot of damage by not going into the other tree. And we're just gonna have to respec. And what I'm gonna do when I respec, like I'm gonna take the points I had in assassination. Like I'm gonna put these points in first. We're gonna go here. We're gonna go puncturing wounds and murder, and then we're gonna go lethality, and we're gonna go vile point until I get. I'm gonna put all these points in first. Only then are we gonna come back to combat because I want to be exactly where I was at. Because whatever these other talent points are that I went into, they're not making up for the damage I lost by not going into assassination. So yeah. I wonder. Oh, it would suck to really like a class before pre-patch and come back to the class after pre-patch and just not like it anymore. That would suck. I hope that doesn't happen with me and the rogue. I hope I can get my spec back to the point where I was like having a lot of fun. We were seeing lots of crits. The poisons were doing a lot of damage. Like everything was going pretty good. And like so far this just feels bad. Well, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. I shouldn't have chased those last talents that were new. Because I don't need those yet. And in fact, by chasing those at this level prematurely, I have ruined my build. Yes, you're exactly right. The top talents are usually balanced around being a higher level with better gear. Sure, yes, exactly. Like chasing it early is it's a noob mistake. Like, oh, I want to get to my bottom talent. My bottom talent is Biss. I love my bottom talent. That's a noob mistake. And that's what I did. I just spent all my points in the one tree. I chased, and I have ruined us. I have ruined us, chat. At least we don't feel the same. It doesn't feel the same. Maybe it isn't visually apparent, but it just doesn't feel right. Gerald, welcome to the stream, buddy. Get some world buffs. Well, yeah, world buffs would be amazing. Unfortunately, you know, I'm in Ungoro Crater, so like consistently getting a world buff, I'd have to go back to Booty Bay. Like if you hang out in Booty Bay for any length of time, typically you'll get a world buff. I don't know, like if people are still dropping them as regularly now that we're in pre-patch or what. The orange mobs hit hard. Yeah, they do. This is true. For a while I was doing really good at getting world buffs and like bottling them up in the Chrono Boon Displacer and hanging on to them until we were in like some thick action. And then I just got lazy. It happens after 150 hours. How did that golem get out of Uldamon? The Titan Keepers are slacking off. It's just, stuff's just malfunctioning, you know? The Titan technology is old. Like they used to do stuff here. Like those are Titan Keeper like creations, and they used to do stuff here to like tend the environment. So I'm pretty sure Ungoro Crater was a big experiment by one of the Titans, Eonar. I think like this was Ionar's little like laboratory basically, where she could experiment with life and like see the evolutions of life play out in like a controlled environment. And so like the Titan construct things were like the keepers of the area, and obviously they've long since kind of like lost their purpose. Yeah, that's why the wildlife here is like way out of control. You know, it's like mold left to grow in a petri dish for too long. You know, the evolution here was like way crazy, like big creatures, big dinos. Big. And so yeah. Now here everything's overgrown and it's a very dangerous place to be. And big player count. Big player count, because I can't find mobs that are alive still. I thought maybe a lot of people would be leveling up their Draenei or their Blood Elves or whatever. But no, it seems like just as many people are here killing dinos as were the last time we played. If not more. Ruh-roh. So yeah, unless CNET comes on later and wants to tank for me, we're probably not going to get into any dungeons. I know that sounds pessimistic, but I mean, you guys can look at the queue and you can tell me, like, what are the odds that we spontaneously get invited to somebody's group? You know, look at this queue. It just keeps going and going and going. It's great because, you know, lots of people are playing. It's not great because you're going to be waiting a long time. Were there significant talent changes? There were a couple, and there were some new talents that got added, yeah. And they're probably pretty significant, like at endgame. As for me, like leveling, I don't know how important they are necessarily for being level 51, but yeah, it seems like they gave us some new talents. Combat potency, I think, was one of them. What is the average rogue combo? Like, what does that mean? What is my rotation? Well, I put Sinister Strike up, I build 2 combo points, and then I slice and dice. And then I just kind of let that roll, you know, and like, if I'm at 100 energy, I can do some more slice and dicing. Like, it's basically just keep slice and dice up. All I'm doing is basically trying to keep up slice and dice and letting my auto attack do everything else. Every once in a while, I will use Eviscerate. If it's a really long fight, you know, the boss is going to be up for a long time, sometimes I'll do like a 3-point rupture or a 4-point rupture and then focus on keeping slice and dice up. But mainly it's Sinister Strike and slice and dice. That's it. That's your level 15 to level 51 combat rogue. You Sinister Strike to slice and dice, and then you auto attack your way to victory. It's very, very cathartic and chill to play. If you want an easy rotation with lots and lots of DPS, Combat Rogue swords is the way to go. You got to get some good weapons. Obviously, like, weapons are really important, so make sure your weapons are top notch. If you can afford it, it's about 12 gold between the materials and the tip to get fiery weapon. So if you can afford it, get decent weapons, get fiery weapon on them, and then you'll be in pretty good shape to just do like auto attack, max DPS. See, 1, 2, and Sinister Strike. Sometimes you'll proc Riposte. Riposte is great. It's a little bit of damage. It also disarms anybody who's wielding a weapon. So while you're leveling up, Riposte is overpowered. Anytime you're fighting somebody who's swinging a weapon at you, like eventually you're going to riposte and you're going to disarm them. And suddenly their damage to you like drops. Very, very strong for leveling. Now in a raid, you know, useless. If you were raiding, you'd probably spec out of riposte and put that point somewhere else. Is it not worth it to do the bleed out of stealth? You could do the bleed out of stealth if you want to. It's a little bit more damage. It depends on how long the mob's going to be alive. Your better option is to cheap shot out of stealth. Cheap shot will stun them for 4 seconds and it gives you 2 combo points right off the bat. So typically you cheap shot into a slice and dice and then you can just Sinister Strike. Yeah, if you're wanting to play efficiently, I'd say go into stealth, open with cheap shot. Like you could garrote and get bleed. That might be more useful on a boss. You could garrote. You could build up 4 combo points off of that, and then you could rupture, and then you have garrote and rupture ticking. Then you could focus on keeping up sweeping strikes, or slice and dice rather, and then alternating between slice and dice and rupture if it's a really long boss fight, you know, like a raid boss. Otherwise, if it's not going to live very long, then the bleed doesn't matter. So you come in like that, slice and dice immediately with talents. You're up to 15 seconds on your slice and dice. You're probably not going to need to re-up this on a single mob. Like mob's probably going to die before this is up. And if it's not, then I'll probably just maybe here's where I would eviscerate just to finish them off. And that's it. That's Rogue Combat 101. How do I manage all the buttons on my mouse? Well, it's pretty easy actually, because my mouse looks like that. So all those buttons on my mouse I hit with my thumb, and I can hit 9 of them really easily. I can hit 6 of them super easily, and that's my F1 through my F6 are the 6 that I can hit like with no effort at all. And then I have 3 more that I could hit if I need them. But between like them and the shift variant of them, it's more than enough keybinds. Yeah, to play an MMO, you have to have an MMO mouse. And you have to get comfortable with your thumb keybinds, because like it just makes your life so much different than having to rely strictly on a bunch of keyboard keybinds. The only buttons I use on my keyboard for my actions are tilde through 4. Tilde through 4, that's all that I'll use. I'm not going to reach for 5. I'm not going to reach for 6. I'm not going to reach for F and G a lot. I'm not going to reach for R. Like, you know, like I'm not going to reach for that stuff all the time. You can see I have stone form bound to R. Like that's one that I can hit, you know, it's right next to T, so I tap attack a lot. It's not a stretch to hit R. But yeah, I can't reach for 5 or 6 or 7. My fingers were never that dexterous. And so once I found this MMO mouse, like it basically changed the way I got to experience the game. You know? Suddenly, like, everything became easier. Every class I'd ever struggled with, every rotation I couldn't do because there were too many buttons to hit, suddenly I could do anything. I could learn to do any rotation. And just because now all the buttons were like super easy to hit. Definitely a life changer. Oh, hey, the US realms are back up for anybody who was waiting on that. And that's good. That's a half hour early. So good for them. Do I plan on raiding with the Rogue or Pally? I would like to raid on either or both. I'm in CNET's guild on this character. The only problem is I don't know if the raid times are going to work for me while my son is in school. So I'm not sure. I do want to raid. I'm probably going to raid. Like, I'm going to raid the raids at least once to kill the bosses. But when I do that and how it gets done, I don't really know what it's going to look like yet. So, yeah. It's going to depend on what their raid times are, like server time. And then failing that, like if I wanted to raid on the US, that would be okay. I would just have to play in the evening. Like if I wanted to raid on a US guild on my Pally, I could do that. I would just have to get on at 6 or 7 in the evening like normal people do, and I'd have to raid at night. You know, like after dinner, after my son's home, done with his day and all that stuff. But for raiding on the EU realm, like it has to happen during a very specific slice of time. I have about 4.5 hours a day that I can spend streaming on a day where I'm responsible for getting my kid to and fro with his day. And then in the evenings I can do whatever I want if I want to, which typically I just choose to do other things in the evenings and hang out with the family. But having one raid night a week would not be a bad thing, just to say, well, you know, Wednesday is raid night. So we'll see. I'm not gonna like stress too much about the future. I'm gonna just enjoy the shit out of TBC. I'm gonna play like as much as I can, like when I can, and I'm gonna play like whatever tickles my fancy that day, and I'm just gonna approach it that way. I just want to enjoy TBC, and like I'm not gonna worry too much about like what form it takes or like getting my schedule to be a certain thing or to fit some kind of like rigid structure that I feel like I have to force on it, because I feel like every time I try to force things and I try to say like I'm gonna exactly do this, this is when we're gonna raid, this is how it's gonna happen, it's like that rigid structure kind of prevents me from just enjoying the game, because then it does make it like work. It's like, oh, I have to get this level by this time on this character to raid on this day, and it's like, well, I don't really want to think about all that stuff when I'm having fun. You know, it would be like, imagine trying to dance and you're trying to aim to end at a certain spot in the room. You don't want to dance like that. That's not the point of dancing. You're not aiming for a certain spot in the room. You know, you're simply dancing and enjoying the music. So when I try to enforce that rigid structure, it kind of like deflates the experience. So I'm not worried about it right now or thinking too much about like what rating's going to be like or what endgame's going to be like. Yeah. So when I kind of like don't answer these questions anymore, or like when I kind of stop talking about it as much, like this is why I just don't, I can't force it. Otherwise I'm going to ruin the fun for myself, and I've had to like learn that the hard way across several expansions, I think. I basically, I did some reflecting, and what I realized was like the times that I had the most fun and the characters that I enjoyed playing the most have always been characters where I didn't have an expectation that I was going to do endgame stuff. Those characters that I've enjoyed the most, that I've loved, the playthroughs that I look back on and I'm like, yeah, that was awesome. Like Athos or my Tauren Warrior, Ramblehoof. Like when I look back at those, like I didn't have any motives. I didn't have like an end point in the room in mind. I was playing because I was loving the game, I was loving the character. And those were my best times. And it just feels like every time I've said like I'm gonna raid with this guild, this time, these days, it just doesn't sit well with me. It takes something that's supposed to be play and turns it into something else. And then I never end up enjoying the raids. You guys have been here for some of that. Like I raided what? I raided twice in Cataclysm. I ended up hating it. I raided about what, 3 or 4 raids? Did I do even 4 raids in Mists of Pandaria? And then I ended up hating it. And you know, Season of Discovery kind of went the same way. Like that felt a little bit better because SOD for me was more organic, so I feel like I enjoyed more content in SOD than I did in any version of Classic when it comes to endgame, because like my journey into SOD endgame was kind of just completely unexpected and out of nowhere. compared to the other times when I tried to like get the plan together and know what the plan was, execute the plan, it just ended up sucking, and I ended up having a miserable time. I'm not going to do that again with TBC, that's all. Now somebody clip that rant for me, and then I can point people to that clip when they ask me what I'm doing with endgame and TBC. And then I would never have to talk about it again. The US realms are back up. I'm not on the US realms right now, but yes, I heard the US realms were back online. So yeah, enjoy. Hope you have a good time today in Azeroth. What's my slash played? Let's see. My slash played is 5 days, 10 hours, 47 minutes, and 15 seconds. So whatever 5 days and 10 hours is. You guys can whip out the old calculator and do that math for me if it so pleases you. Exponent Poet, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us. Good so far. Welcome, buddy. Good morning to you. Brandon, you're debating a Resto Shami or Prop Pally. You think you need to stick to healing? Healing is hard, though. Healers have the hardest job of anybody in the game. Like, so, and it's like, you know, I've healed a bunch. So if you like it and you're good at it, then it's not really a big deal, you know. But like objectively speaking, healers have it the worst. So keep that in mind. Like, you know, like anytime they put out like a new 5-man difficulty and they, you know, they put some new mechanics in the 5-man difficulty where like some AoE damage goes out if the DPS aren't careful, or if the tank tanks the guy the wrong way, that's going to do a bunch of wave damage. And so who pays for all that difficulty? Well, the healer does. Nobody else changes what they do. When Blizzard adds difficulty to 5-mans, or they add mechanics even, nobody else changes what they have to do. Only the healer has to work harder. The DPS keep on DPSing, and the tank keeps on running ahead like a madman pulling everything. And so they always do that. That's what they do anyway, but now the healer has to press twice as many buttons, twice as expertly, with half the reaction time between needing to heal. And so everything comes down to the healer. Everyone else just does the same thing regardless of how hard the content is. They push their buttons and they face tank. And the healer has to work harder for it. That's my opinion. So just something to keep in mind when you're weighing like, well, should I tank or should I heal? If you can do both, tanking is going to be much easier. If you can do both, then tanking is going to be much easier. Yeah. That'd be my recommend. How's the pre-patch? It's been great so far. I have enjoyed my time, both on the Blood Elf and the Rogue's been okay. I'm still getting used to how it feels a little bit different than before pre-patch, but I think I'm slowly getting used to my messed up spec. We're gonna respec later, but for now it's okay. Oh, your navigation skills don't have to be any good to take. I have the worst navigation skills of anybody ever. 85% of the time, I have trouble finding my car in the parking lot of any place. It could be a place I've been to 100 times. I will walk out into the parking lot and I won't really know where the car is at. And you guys have seen me in dungeons that I've done these dungeons hundreds and hundreds of times. You don't have to be a person that knows the routes or like is an expert navigator, especially in later content, like because dungeons get more streamlined like as you go. So you just have to be like someone who's not a maniac, basically. Like, are you not a maniac and do you have a grasp of the game mechanics? Okay, then you can tank. Especially once you get out of classic era, because tanking just gets easier and easier. The further along you get in the game's history, the easier tanking gets. CNET, welcome to the stream, buddy. I hope you're doing well today. I hope you have some time for a couple of BRD runs today, because the queue is packed full of DPS. I have been in the queue for 42 minutes because the queue for BRD looks like this. And so there's no way without an automated group system that a lone DPS has any chance of getting an invite. And yeah, but we've just been chilling, running circles in the crater. It's been okay. Shami is really good in TBC. They're really good healers, I hear. I mean, just like the chain heal itself is just a really powerful spell, I think. But yeah, they're supposedly very good. I'd say play it for a while. You know, like don't boost it right away. Get into the character first and see if you like the character. You know, by like level 20. If you're digging the character and you feel like you got a grasp of some of the core buttons, like then use your boost. Just to make sure you don't hate the character or hate playing the character, you know. Level it, quest with it, do some dungeons at low level with it. And just make sure you don't absolutely hate everything about it before you waste your boost. Because that happens to people, I think. I think Warlock's supposed to be good too. Everything is supposed to be a bit better than it was, but like obviously there's probably a tier list out there. Although we never know if they're gonna make changes, so I don't know like how accurate a current tier list would be. Can rogues AoE? Well, not necessarily, no. I mean, we have, oh, wait. Oh no, you know what? This is still a 2-minute cooldown. For some reason I thought Blade Flurry was gonna like have a reduced cooldown on it with TBC, but no, we still can't AoE, it turns out. We still have only Blade Flurry, and that's a 2-minute cooldown, and that's a little bit of cleave damage. But yeah, I thought it was gonna be like a 30-second cooldown, but no change. How do rotations work? In classic era, a lot of classes don't have like a really complicated rotation. Complicated rotations are a lot more prevalent in modern WoW. Like for instance, I only use a few buttons in combat for most fights. Everything in Classic is more straightforward and really easy just to pick up what you're supposed to do as you play the game. You'll just figure out like what's the best way for me to kill things, because you'll have to kill things a lot. And so by virtue of being out in the world having to kill things a lot, you will figure out the most efficient way to kill things, or at least you'll get part of the way there. Maybe you'll get some tips along the way, maybe you'll have some realizations. But everybody's rotation in Classic is very straightforward. You know, you don't have a bunch of 30-second cooldowns and a bunch of 1-minute cooldowns and a bunch of 2-minute cooldowns and a bunch of 45-second cooldowns. You don't have 17 buttons that you're going to use in every single fight. You have a handful of buttons, and you just get really comfortable with them as you play the character. Yeah, see, Primordial, Crocolics really do have 6 legs. After all these years, I never took notice of it before. Yeah, see, that's what I was saying. Every creature, whether it's a Crocolisk or Basilisk, Dimetrodons, they all have 6 legs, and it's one of those things that the human brain just ignores. For most people, they just ignore it. And they never notice until you point it out that they all have 6 legs. Every single one of them you've ever fought. Alright, we got a full group here. We got CNET ourselves, we have a priest healer, we have a warlock, and we have a mage. Very, very good group comp, CNET. Great job. Well done. Notice how, you know, we don't have a bunch of one class. Brandon, enjoy, my friend. Enjoy. It's a great time for Classic WoW. The Warlock is asking if we have certain items on reserve. Oh no, he's asking, can he reserve them? I don't know. What's the etiquette for this CNET? I don't care. Do I care about these items? Reduce mana cost of all spells. I don't care about that. A wand. I don't care about that. Like, I feel like, you know, some of that might be good for the mage. Don't care. Yeah, just, that's the best answer we can give, right? Don't care. I don't care about those items. That's for casters to figure out. I told them I can't stab with any of those items, so I don't care what happens to them. If I can't poke things with the items, then I don't care. That is Caster's business. Oh dear lord. Let's just... Oh, you know what? He's so tall I wouldn't see the skull anyway. Oh my god, he's coming right at us. This is a good like photo op opportunity. Like, can I snag a thumbnail without getting murdered? Can I snag a thumbnail as I get murdered? Oh, that might work. Oh, that got obscured. Alright, that's fine. Oh, no. Got some ground clutter in the way there. Well, I think we might have got one or two good shots. We'll see. What's that? That giant T-Rex? It's a tyrant devilsaur. Yeah, it's our devilsaur friend. There's a couple devilsaurs that wander Ungoro Crater. But yeah, it's just a giant, crazy-looking T-Rex with spikes. You know, nothing out of the ordinary for Ungoro Crater. So I think I'm waiting for a summon. Yeah, we got people like on that continent, so I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing. I wonder if I need coffee. He says as he drains his coffee. You know what? A little bit more coffee wouldn't kill me, probably. I mean, it's not going to be the result. Yeah, I think maybe... Oh, do I have any quests to turn in? Did we finish anything? We didn't finish a single quest. But we worked on a bunch of different ones. Is there a safe place for me to go AFK for a second and bio and refill my coffee? This looks pretty safe. I think like maybe we just hide under this frond. Yeah, like that looks good. Oh, here we go. We'll go into stealth. That's a really smart rogue move. Like before you walk away, go into stealth. I'll be right back, guys. Alright, we didn't get stepped on by a devil source, so that's good. We have an offline warlock. That's less good, but not disastrous. What is this? Oh, that's the robot gorilla. Okay. Can we fight the gorillas? What level are the gorillas? Let's go see. Well, the quest is 55, but the gorillas are like level 50. So this might not be a bad place to be. Let me fix a couple things that have been bothering me. There we go. Okay. Well, that guy was 53 and he kind of beat on us. Lisa, welcome to the stream and thanks for joining us today. Doesn't look like our warlock friend is coming back. And then there were 3. Well, we kept the important people. So at least there's that. I guess they got tired of waiting. Where are all the gorillas? Dave, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us. Oh my god. A Draenei Shaman. Level 60. I wonder how they did it, guys. I wonder how they did it. We got a boosty boy. Wayne, thanks for joining us, buddy. Maybe he just levels fast. I'm sure that's what it was. 100% guaranteed. Yeah, it could be. People are showing level 57 in 2 days and a few hours. Like 2 days / played, you mean? Yeah. So like 60 hours on average. Yeah, I mean, if you can do it in 60 hours, then sure. Definitely possible. I don't know. We haven't taken a character yet from 1 to 60 in the pre-patch, so we don't know. Maybe we'll probably have a decent idea on the pally, like what the average / played is. This character's numbers are obviously not going to count. Like most of our numbers on this character are going to be classic hours, so. Let's see. Blackrock Mountain, okay, so summons are probably incoming very, very soon. Maybe we should chill. We've been 51 for a while. I haven't touched this character in like a week. Yeah, we're fine. I mean, we're almost 52. We've gained the half level pretty quickly. But yeah, so far most of our playtime is still classic era. We'll see if we start to feel like an uptick in how quickly levels come as we start to do this dungeon. Will it seem faster, or will we not really notice a difference? Oh yeah, we did have a bunch of rested XP as well, yeah. So, you know, I don't know how it's gonna, I think it's still gonna be a long time to 58. I don't think 51 to 58 is going to be quick. If it felt quick in any way, I would be very surprised. I'm definitely thinking it's going to be like 20 hours of playtime. Like 20 hours of playtime, and that would probably be generous. I feel like it could easily be more than that, from 51 to 58. Oh yeah, Wayne. Yeah, this is the dwarf. Right. You know, if the Pally were 51, then yeah, we would have shot up for sure. Oh, that'd be crazy if this were the Paladin. No, this is the rogue. Yeah. Valerie, welcome to the stream, and thank you so much for the 16 months of support. That is a really long time, and I appreciate it. We got our summon. Are we good? I think we're good. Where's our Hearthstone set? Gadget stand, that's okay. Alright, here we go. Let's see if we can not fall into the lava. This looks like a boosty boy. Like, I'm not, like, familiar with the loot. Like, I don't really know what the loot is or what it looks like normally, but I don't know. What do you guys think? Is this a boosted Draenei Shaman? Level 60. Or did they get there the old-fashioned way by, you know, just playing incessantly? I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter. We shall see. I'm sure they'll be fine. It's a boost. He has full R14 gear. Boosted with honor gear. Okay. So he's boosted. It's a boosty boy. We kind of had that feeling already. Yeah, if he presses his buttons and things die, then it's fine. I mean, it should be fine. I am just gonna run through the portal. That's a really cool looking hammer. I want a replica of that. Like, for real life. For reasons. Dave, thank you for the 5 months. Much appreciated. Yeah, it was miserable this morning. I was surprised my car started. That's the new, like, metric that determines whether or not my kid goes to school. It's like, does the car start? The roads were very slick. Because, yeah, it was 0 degrees Fahrenheit. And then who knows what the wind chill was. You know, the winds were like 15 mile per hour sustained winds. So yeah, and it's gonna get worse. On Friday, the temperature will be negative 14 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's gonna be the base temperature. That's not with wind chill. In my whole life, I've never experienced negative 14 degrees Fahrenheit in my entire life, most of which has been spent living in Michigan. So that's going to be a new thing for me, that I never wanted and didn't need, that I'll get to experience this Friday. Negative 14 degrees Fahrenheit with wind chill. Yeah. Well, the planet's probably fine, though. I'm sure the planet's fine. Everything's fine. Oh my dear god. I mean, I guess my numbers are going to be pretty shite compared to like a level 60. I can't compare myself to a level 60 in boosty gear, you know what I mean? Like, that's just going to be just a pity party for myself that we don't need to have. He seems to be doing okay. He's enhancement, which is pretty cool. It looks like he's dual wield enhance. Melee, Fire Nova Totem, and Wind Fury attack are his top abilities. Seems fine. At least with 260s, there's really no way that we fail. The real question is, like, how is the kill XP? Like, are we getting kill XP? I haven't really been paying attention. It looks like we've been getting a little bit. Oh, you know, like, not really. We're not really getting a lot of kill XP. I feel like with 260s, maybe the XP's nerfed. We'll see as we go on. Like, we're getting bits of kill XP, like small bits. Not even big enough bits to choke on. 16 XP for the dog. Like, for the elites, we're getting about 50 XP for an elite. We'll see when this level 51 dies. Does a boosted character automatically get level 60 gear? A boosted character starts at 58, I'm pretty sure, and they just get some level 58 gear. I think this guy did some kind of PvP stuff to get the gear he has. Yeah, this is probably not going to be worth it from an XP perspective. Like, this is not going to be worth it. You know, this would be fine if we were doing quests, but no, I don't think we're going to get XP out of this unless the enemies get a bit higher level. I don't know. I think having 2 level 60s probably breaks it. Ember, good evening to you and welcome to the stream. That's fine. We'll do it this once and then I'll just go back to questing. That's okay. Yeah, maybe some gear will drop. Doubtful, but perhaps. I want to have a Draenei, but I'm having a really hard time figuring out what class I want it to be. Every time I think I've settled on one thing, I kind of like... I decide no, that's not it. So yeah, I guess it's okay that I don't know right now. I don't really have time between the other characters, but eventually I'll have to figure out like what my Draenei is going to be. Definitely not a hunter. No. That sounds like the most boring thing I could ever possibly imagine, unfortunately. Yeah, I've thought about priest. I've been for a while I vacillated between priest and shaman. But now I'm thinking like, are either of those it? Maybe I just don't need a Draenei. Because I really can't think of anything. Can't think of anything that sounds particularly fun. Alright, they dropped Cloth Shoulders with 5 stamina, 13 intellect, 6 spirit, and increases spells by 14. Very nice. Very nice for either the healer or the mage. Looks like the mage won it. Loot. Somewhere up there is okay. I scared him away. He's like, oh, I don't got time. Well, of course you don't have time. Of course you don't have time. It's just classic era. Why would you have time? That's okay. CNET, thanks for the attempt, man. I appreciate you coming out. We're not getting any XP in here anyway, so it's fine. I don't think I'm gonna group again until I'm in Outland. When I'm in Outland and I'm doing like Hellfire Ramparts, and then I'll group again. I think until then, it's the questing road for me on this character. Because people don't have time, you know, like people don't have time. Like I don't want to make it seem like people should have time to do things. So I'd rather just abstain. Doesn't have time. Oh, there we go. Hey, there's level 52. That's progress. Like, of course, like the person who boosted his character doesn't have time. It's so obvious. It's so obvious. Of course he doesn't have time. He couldn't even play the fucking game. A new race comes out with a class he wants to play, but he can't even be bothered to play the damn game. So of course he doesn't have time to run the dungeon. Why would he have time? He's got fucking 2 wives, 3 kids, 6 dogs, a puppy, and he doesn't have time. And that's why he boosted to begin with. So this guy boosts his character, skips the game, pays Blizz to not play the game, and then he comes into our dungeon group, and then he bails because he doesn't have the time to do the dungeon because we can't take a shortcut, which is kind of a shortcut, but the point of the dungeon for me is to do the dungeon. The point of the dungeon for him was to get done with the dungeon and be done with it. If the point of it is to be done, if the point of it is simply to have it be over, don't do it. Listen, if you're ever doing anything in life, and not just a stupid dungeon in a video game, but if you're ever doing anything, and the only point you see in doing it is to be done, is just to be done and have it be done, don't do that thing. Avoid that thing. Get out of doing that thing. Stop it. Don't do anything if your only objective is simply for it to be done and over. Especially if it's a game, but basically could be applied to any human activity. Just don't do it. Okay. Moving on.
Hello.
One of our group members didn't have time. Our boosty boy didn't have time to do the dungeon. Yeah, I couldn't pick the lock that shaved a couple minutes off the run, and so the boosty boy he didn't have time to continue. And then instead of going out and trying to find another, I just figured, hey, let's just not do this right now. Let's just go back and let's just do something else. That's it. At 56, I can do Skola. I don't want to do anything else. I am done with those things. I don't want to do any of the endgame vanilla dungeons. I know. I just want to quest up. On this character, I just want to do quests. That's gonna be, you know, the most enjoyable thing that I can do for myself. Is just to not have to have my enjoyment hinge upon other people who I can't control, who may or may not have time to even do the content. So I just want to quest. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. what I'm finding, and I talked about this a little bit earlier at the beginning of the stream, but what I'm finding more and more to be true is that whenever I try to do something in this game with a specific outcome in mind, like, it doesn't work out. Like when I say like, oh, I'm gonna grind some dungeons and I'm gonna level really fast. Okay, so then the goal becomes to level really fast or to get a bunch of levels. Then now there's a goal. And then we get into the content, and the content I find it annoying. I don't have a good time. And so I'm finding more and more that these two things are connected. And me taking an action with a specific outcome in mind, and me not having fun with that gameplay, those two things are connected. And so that's why I don't just want to try to grind a bunch of dungeons to get leveled up quick. Because when I set out with that goal in mind, it becomes something that's not really enjoyable play for me anymore. Have I abandoned leatherworking and skinning? No. I just don't know if I'm going to continue them or not. But I haven't abandoned them. It's not like I left my child in a supermarket somewhere and he's alone and crying and confused. They're just skills that I haven't been prioritizing, as I've been prioritizing leveling up instead. And I don't know if I'm going to keep them long term or not. Oh, nice. This poison stacks. Oh, that is vicious. Oof. Our level 45 food is just not really cutting it. Restores 2100 HP. We have 3300 HP. We're not getting new food for... Oh, we might not be getting new food at all. There's not level 55 food, is there? I don't know when we're getting new food. I guess we're getting new food in Outland. Yeah, there's like those biscuits in the Plaguelands you can get once you reach a certain reputation. And those are better than the level 45 food, I think. At least they were in Season of Discovery. I remember in SOD like buying many stacks of those because they were the best thing I could get. But I don't think we'll be there for a while. So yeah, we'll have to live with the level 45 food. Inventory is full. Okay. Let's head back to town.
What can I do for you? See you soon.
All right. I want to play my Paladin for a bit today, so I am going to switch over. And I am going to play my Paladin for a bit. Hope you guys don't mind. There we go. Okay. Oh, we sold another item on the auction house. We sold those mine thrust bracers for 10 gold. So that gets us, we're up to 40 now. So that's awesome. And we don't really need that gold because we don't have a mount cost. So that is great. All right. Let's head out. I think we're still going after bears and mountain lions. But let's take a look. Yeah. That's what we're doing. How is the inventory? Is really good. Inventory is clean as it's ever been. Yeah, Talon, I really have to. Otherwise, I'm in trouble. I've definitely learned that. In the past, it hasn't been uncommon for me to have days where I'll skip around and play multiple characters. It just hasn't happened recently. Oh, it's not a UI mod though. Yeah, this is not an add-on. This is all done with edit mode. So even if you don't use UI add-ons, you too can have an interface that looks just like this. It's all built in now. Yeah, every single thing on the screen is default UI. Except for Questie. Quest Tracker is an add-on. Everything else is base. It's pretty nice. If you think slaughtering all these animals is morally gray, just wait until we're killing farmhands, and peasants, and farmers, and councilmen. Just wait until we're killing all of the Alliance non-combatants, and breaking just about every single law ever created to govern warfare. Yeah, it's coming soon. In fact, let's get right into it, because we have to find a couple of named guys. We're looking for Farmer Ray and Farmer Getz. Besides that, we need 6 farmers, 6 farm hands, and I think there's like one, oh, Farmer Kalaba should be over here somewhere as well. It might be hard to find the name guys. We might have to group up to get a tag on the name guys. Depends on how quickly they respawn. One of them likes to hang out in here with the tattered chest. Sometimes he hangs out inside the barn. And sometimes one hangs out back here. So yeah. It'll be fun trying to find these guys. We could go do Durnhold first, but here we are. Wow, very lucky. We got the tag on Ray. Very lucky. I'm putting points in different trees. We've got some points in Holy. We've got some points in Ret. I think from now on most of our points are going to go down the Ret tree, but yeah, I did start with some initial points in the Holy tree. This will work. This will help us get the name guys. As soon as we get the name guys, we'll drop this. We'll drop the group. If we come down here, we might find Farmer Kalaba. We just don't want to get too far away. Well, there we go. Now we just need Farmer Kalaba. Although, I mean, she's a different quest. We can get her later. Maybe for now we go back and we turn this one in. Yeah, I think we go turn this one in. And then I think we'll go do the Durnhold stuff, since that's technically a lower level. Ashley, good afternoon to you and welcome to the stream.
What now? Beware the living. Trust no one.
What is it? This had better be good. Beware the living.
Hello? Trust no one.
Yeah, Hillsbred is great for the Horde side. It's so good on the Horde side, and it feels so kind of empty on the Alliance side. You come here on Alliance at much later in level, and you just don't do a lot. And on the Horde side, you can come here at like level 22, and you're here for a long time, it feels like. The scenery is really nice. I mean, a lot of the quests were murdering humans, so if you can overlook the murdering humans part, it's a very, very pretty zone. Oh, that's sad. Oh, that was a tin vein. Yeah, we're not finding a lot of ore. Sometimes I question whether or not mineral tracking is on, but it's on. We're just not coming across a lot. Could be that other people are grabbing it and we just never see it. It's basically the reverse wetlands. But wouldn't the reverse wetlands be like the drylands? Oh yeah, we need a dull iron key. Don't know where we're gonna get that from. There must be probably a named guy, I suppose. Don't know where he's gonna be at. Maybe that's one of the guys up top. Let's check this other building first. I don't see any named guy corpses. Let's go up top. How many attempts will it take? 20 years later, still falling off the tree. Well, there's one key. I think that key probably unlocks the guy standing here. So maybe the other guard spawns somewhere down below. Probably in the very same building where the orc is at. Let's see if this one works on this guy. Yeah, see, this is... For him, now we have to find one more key. What would be really cool is if we had an aura. Like, having an aura up would be amazing. Amy, that sounds awesome. Thank you. How am I? I'm fantastic. Thanks for asking. Is the green item I picked up any good? I mean, I picked up a few green items. Spirit and strength mail. Intellect and stamina leather. Stamina and cloak. So, no, not really. All of them, remember, all of our stuff is pretty decent. We've got a few gaps. But overall, we're pretty decently geared. We could put this back on. I kind of like the armor, though. Maybe we'll just keep it. Since we got most of our green questing done, maybe we can do an RFK run today. I think we can queue for RFK. 23 to 31. Yeah, we're 26. We fit into that level bracket pretty nicely. Well, those are an upgrade by 1 strength, so I'll take it. We'll go ahead, or you know, we could sell it potentially though. I wonder if it would be more valuable to sell it. Of the bear and of the monkey gear tends to sell pretty well. And since it's only a 1 strength upgrade for us, maybe we'll hang on to it. Take it over to the auction house here in a second. Alright, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn in these quests. I'm going to take a quick AFK, and then we're going to queue up for Razorfen. And yeah, we haven't done that one yet, so I don't know what the gear looks like. I haven't done the dungeon in a while, because you really don't get to do a lot of it on the Alliance side. So that should be fun. And we'll probably hit at least level 27 while we're in the dungeon.
What is it? Victory for Sylvanas.
Go for.
Oh, is that good for us? Let's see. Strength, stamina. I mean, yeah. I like the strength. You know what we could do? We could grab the shining silver breastplate. Maybe I should put us on a flight to Undercity, and then when I come back, we'll grab the shining silver breastplate off the auction house. That'll be a pretty good upgrade for us. And then we'll queue up for the dungeon. Let's do that. Mom brought Hot Pockets. Now my wife heated up some soup. Yeah. That's all. Some delicious homemade leftover soup.
What do you require?
But you know what? Because I have to walk away for a second, I'm just going to do that, just to be sure. Alright guys, I will be back in a couple minutes.
Do not.
Alright, let's see. We'll just hang out for a bit. We'll hang out for a bit, we'll see if we get an invite. If not, we can think about putting the group together ourselves, but with me not having the travel options out there, I'd rather just get an invite. So, while we're here, let's go to the auction house. Oh, there we go. Let's put these up for a gold 50. Now let's do a gold 60. There we go. Why not search and post auctions using my Auctionator add-on? Because I hate that add-on. I don't even know why I have it installed. But I just don't like it. Yeah, that's it. That's pretty affordable. Let's grab one of those. There we go. That is our new look. Which faction do I enjoy the most? I enjoy them both for different reasons. Once Blood Elves are in the game, then Horde is probably pretty superior. But before the Blood Elves are in the game, it's pretty balanced. Alright, so let's just get back to what we were doing. We will sit in the queue. If anybody needs a tank, they will invite us. Until then, we'll just keep playing.
I am forsaken. Beware.
You can Google that one. Yeah, I'm sure you can find some information out there about it. It's just that, you know, I'm not a dictionary. And I'm not a dictionary, and so I don't feel like I need to define words on command. And I'm also not an English language tutor if it's like if it's a language discrepancy. So I just don't feel like why would I answer that question? I saw you earlier too, and it's like, you know, it's just not a question that I'm going to answer. I'd rather waste my breath talking about how I'm not going to answer it than answer it, because I'm not a dictionary and I'm not an English language tutor. So I just don't get it. I just don't get it. Ask me a WoW question, better odds that I'll bother answering it. Am I playing on a classic server? Yeah, we're playing on Anniversary Realms. See, look, a WoW question. It was a WoW question, and I gave a reply. So yeah, but you do you, buddy. Looks like we should have a summon incoming pretty soon. We got somebody at Crossroads, we got somebody at Camp Taurajo, somebody else in the Barrens. Yeah, they're all... I'm the only person that's not somewhere nearby. So, yeah. Summons should be incoming. Oh my god, they run so fast. Wow. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Somebody grab the other guy. Which is helpful. It would be really nice to tag Farmer Kalaba while we're out here. That way we don't have to worry about her later. Oh, there she is. And if I had had my seal up, then maybe we would have tagged her. Oh. And the leader of our group is offline. That's always good to see. I have a feeling this quest is going to be almost impossible to get done. Seeing as how we've only managed to tag a single peasant the entire time we've been out here. And here we go. There's number 2. So I'm going to give this guy a couple minutes to come back, and then I'm going to have to drop and just put us back into the queue. Sitting in a group with a DC'd party leader is not going to get us into a dungeon, so... This must be for Kalaba. This'll work. There we go. Am I using any visual or character add-ons? No. No, not at all. I don't even know if such add-ons exist, but if they do, I'm not using any add-ons like that. Yeah, most people play the game like this. Sometimes when you're raiding and stuff, you have to play the game like this, but I typically play the game like this. What do I think about retail's upcoming pre-patch? I don't have any thoughts because I haven't played it. If and when I do play it, maybe then I'll have thoughts about it. But right now there's nothing to think about. We should probably get back to town. We need a vendor, and I need to buy a stack of water. We need one more lion's blood, but it may have to wait. Unless this one drops it. What are the odds? Apparently the odds are pretty good.
Trust no one. Dark Lady, watch over you.
I am forsaken. Watch your back.
Alright, where is everybody at? Thunder Bluff, Undercity, Freewind Post, and Hillsbrad. Okay, I mean, it looks like we're gonna get a summon, it just might be a little bit. So, what can we do with a little bit of time? Maybe we can sneak down here and get the Mud Snout Blossoms for the Elixir of Agony. Could be something we could do. Oh yeah, we need water. Nice call out. Let's do that. Maybe we shouldn't get over ambitious. Maybe I should just get some water. We can grind on some stuff nearby. Until we get our... Oh, wait. Well, we lost somebody. We'll see. We'll see how it works out. We have not really been having great luck with dungeons today, so...
Be quick about your business.
What would I say is the best part of WoW? That's a tough one. There's so many good things about it. For me, when I first started playing, it was the enormous open world. And it was how many zones there are. And not only that, but how vastly different the zones are. Like, the entire ecology, all the enemies you encounter, the kinds of things that are happening in the zones, the way they look, the skyboxes, the lighting... Everything is different in every single zone, and each one of these little highlighted areas is an entire zone, and they are all completely different from each other. And like that's kind of what blew me away when I first started playing, is just how enormous the world was and how different every single location was, and how like you can play the game again and again and again, and you can still not see everything. It takes so many times. So many characters you could level before you've seen everything the game has to offer. 20 years of playing the game and I'm still finding quests and areas and stuff that I have never been in before. Why did I change to the Pally like earlier today? Just because I wanted to play the Pally today. Yeah, I decided I just really wanted to play the Pally. When you get a collector's edition, do they send you the game key via email? I don't know. I have never bought a digital collector's edition in my life. So I don't know. And anytime I buy stuff, I just buy it directly from Battle.net. When you buy stuff through Battle.net, you don't have to worry about like having the key or whatever. But as far as like buying some kind of physical or digital special edition, I have no idea how that's handled. I would say for classes, you're going to end up trying lots of different classes. That's typically most people's experiences. You'll try different classes, but think about whether you want to be like face to face with the enemy or whether you want to be at range. And then you can pick classes that are kind of based around how you think you want to play and try a couple of them out. All right, do we have anybody getting close to the stone? Inquiring minds would like to know. Well, I mean, close-ish. We've got a priest. We have a hunter who seems like they're coming up from Thousand Needles. I feel like it's still gonna be a minute. Let's just run out and see if we can fight stuff. Yeah, Dave, edit mode is amazing. The most amazing thing was when I found out you could take away the dragon artwork or the griffin artwork on the sides. That was like the most amazing realization. It's been really good. Yeah, the artwork is fine, but it doesn't fit with the clean UI look. Like what happens is like the artwork starts to clip like into the bars. So it starts to cover up like the last couple of abilities here. The little beak or the thing's face would be like sticking into the ability button, so it just looked really bad. It was almost like if you couldn't get rid of the artwork, there was no valid reason to move the action bars around, because it just ended up looking really bad with the artwork on there. I've been waiting 21 years to get rid of those little statues, so I was happy. They've got to have people at the stone by now. Oh my gosh. Whew, okay, they're getting close. It's like the slowest journey from Camp Tarajo ever. Maybe one day they'll get there. Yeah, the griffins or whatever they are. The things with the beaks. You can remove them with the in-game editor now. Yeah, no, you don't even need an add-on to do it anymore. I don't use like UI add-ons, so I've been using the base UI. You know, for my whole life. It's good to be able to have like a base UI that I can edit, because I don't like what I see as unnecessary add-ons. We're not add-on free. The UI is add-on free. What you're seeing here in my UI is all set up in the in-game edit mode. The only thing on my screen that is an add-on is the Questie tracker. The Questie tracker is the only thing that you are seeing on my screen that is handled by an add-on. Everything else I did with edit mode. Yep, you have a lot of control over this. For instance, I could even take this and I can resize it. So it can be any dimension that I want. It can have any number of any number of buttons I want it to have. So you have full control over the shape, the size. If I want to shrink these down, if they're too big, if I need them bigger, I can do that. I can move them down here. Yeah, you can do basically anything you want. You have very granular control over what everything looks like and what everything does. And it's really good. Let's move this. And then if I do /loot, doesn't quite fit. I'd almost rather have this here. Something like that. There we go. Yeah, they did a really good job with it. It was something like I never would have said that I needed that for Classic, but now that I have it, I'm really happy that I have it. Now that I have it, I know that I needed it all along. Yeah, especially for stuff like the UI. Like, players shouldn't have to go outside the game to manipulate their UI the way they want. Alright, let's get Righteous Fury up. I'm gonna handle Might. I hope the other Pally handles Wisdom. Alright. I think we're good. If only they would put more effort into telling a story. I would be fine if they put less effort into telling a story and more effort into making the open world questing feel good. Because, you know, Classic didn't have like amazing storytelling. It just had like boots on the ground stories, and it had good like world building, and it had good zones, and it had questing that felt good. So they don't have to have a good story, but don't have a bad story. Like, you could have no story. You could have minimal story, like we used to have minimal story, and minimal story works great for Warcraft. Especially for an MMO, minimal story works really good. You don't want to lean into a big story and have it be bad. Or just have it be something that not everybody resonates with. It's better to, in my opinion, just have kind of a minimal story in an MMO. So we already have FF14. If you want a big MSQ, you've already got FF14 is the MMO that does that best. As far as like storytelling and character development. WoW needs to do its own thing. Did I spend my last talent point? I have 2 talent points to spend, as a matter of fact. You know, like, think about, like, in Classic, each zone was its own character, and each zone had its own story, each zone had its own things going on, and yeah. That was like how my friend explained Warcraft storytelling to me back in the day. You know, I said, hey, like, who are the main characters? And he said, well, the zones are the main characters. Like, in Classic WoW, the zones and the things going on in the zone, like, that's the main character. Like, there's characters like Thrall and stuff, and they're around, but they're not actively doing stuff. You're the one actively doing stuff, and the characters are the zones and the stories that are happening in those places. And that worked really perfectly well for an MMO. And then it almost felt like, you know, FF14 got really popular right as Shadowlands was out, and that seemed like when, like, they really started to lean heavily into this, like, oh, big important story. We've planned this story for decades. We knew exactly where it was going every step of the way. Even though we know that's all horseshit. And that was when FF14 got, like, really, really popular. And it's almost like they felt like they had to make it seem like their game was going to be like that too. Like, look, we can do cinematic cutscenes and lip syncing, and we can do all these things too. It's like, or you could just do WoW and, like, do WoW good. But whatever. We are where we are. It's not for everybody, but it's for some people, so I guess that's good enough. I have no idea where I'm going in here. I'm just going in the direction of enemies. And so, like, if there are enemies, I'm going that way. And I hope that works out. At least they bounce back with Dragonflight. I mean, you could say they bounce back. Instead of bouncing back, some of us bounced off of Dragonflight. So yeah, I mean, I guess except for those of us who completely bounced off of Dragonflight, I guess they bounced back. I don't know if you call it a bounce back. Is it a bounce back when the plane that you're piloting into the ground, like somehow you pull up just in time to deploy the landing gear? Like, is that a bounce back, or is that like a disaster narrowly averted? It feels more like a disaster narrowly averted than a bounce back. A polished turd is still a turd. That's brutal, but some people might agree with you. Alright, we need to get all of our mana back. And then we have to rebuff. I went this way thinking maybe there was a boss. I guess maybe there's not a boss. I don't know. I was just clearing in the direction that I saw enemies. Oh, there is a boss. He's just kind of hiding in the back. And he dropped the Thorn Spike. One-handed dagger with 8 agility. Maybe the hunter can use it. Meanwhile, we have 2 talent points. I could go ahead and spend these. I think I'm gonna go here. CNET, you're good, man. It's fine. I try to keep my retail comments to a minimum, you know, mainly because I know there are people that love the game, and then secondly because I haven't played the Midnight pre-patch. I haven't played any Midnight beta. I have played 0 Midnight, so I have no idea what they changed. I have no idea what might be better. I have no idea how the gameplay feels, so kind of like in a position where I can no longer really talk to things except for like how things were in previous expansions. Like how things are today in retail WoW, I don't know. With the pre-patch just out, I don't think anybody knows yet. Maybe it'll be different, maybe it'll be better, maybe it'll just be more of the same stuff, who knows. Alright, let's get some mana back before we pull the boss. Cloth shoulders. 7 int, 3 spirit, and spells increased by 9. Yeah, Undermine was really good. My problem, like, that's the thing, is like some of the side content, and I guess I'd almost have to call that side content because a lot of it had nothing to do with the main story. A lot of the side content stuff is good. We did Undermine, and I really enjoyed Undermine. We did the Void area, and I really enjoyed the Void area, especially parts where like Illyria wasn't around. Like the true side stories, like out in the zone, like that stuff was okay. Absolutely. But does that stuff being okay make it worth like putting a lot of hours into the game? I don't know. Avenger's Shield is a cast. Oh no. Oh, that's it. We gotta delete the character, guys. Time to log out and delete this one. And yeah. Well, that's not great. That's not great news. I guess it would be okay to open with that. Like you could open it with Avenger's Shield, but you probably wouldn't do anything else with it. Not if it has a cast bar. That's interesting. Yeah, it's only for pulling. Yeah, and that's a pretty good tool for pulling, though. I mean, we don't have a pulling tool, so... You know, how much can you complain? It's gotta be like a 1.5 second cast. Holy Pally was good back in the day, too, and then all you did was spam Flash of Light. Oh, there we go. There's a male helmet. 12 strength, 12 agility. I don't have a helmet at all, so I'm gonna roll on this. Everybody else is gonna roll on it too, so we'll see what happens. We did not win the helmet, and then we had a two-handed polearm drop. I don't think we need that either. That's got 16 agility. That sounds like a really good hunter. It would be a really good hunter weapon, but we won it on a greed roll, so... There we go. Are there any more bosses in here? And if so, where in the heck are they? I guess maybe we have to go this way now. I see mobs, so let's go this way. Oh, we have a rare spawn here. Earthcaller Helmgar. Oh, we have a leather helmet, 3 stamina, 7 int, 7 spirits, and spells increased by 14. Very nice, but nobody can use that really. Well, there we go. And he dropped another dagger. That's 2 daggers. 2 daggers that nobody needs. He's the last boss, right? Is there anything else to do in here? Well, maybe he's not the last boss. I kind of feel like he is, right? There's this direction. We can go this way and clear these bats. I don't know if that's of any use to anybody. Risen, welcome to the stream, buddy. Thanks for stopping by. The hunter forgot to turn off his pet's taunt. Oh, it's not a surprise. That's okay. Since we're pulling ad after ad after ad, I don't mind if it's on. Maybe he can help tank some of these mobs. There's supposedly another boss here. I have no idea where it's at. And I don't see any more living mobs. So, yeah, we'll see.
troublesome whelps. I'll teach you to interfere. You outsiders will pay for encroaching on our land. My power rules here. Our new allies will avenge us.
There we go. She dropped a one-handed axe, 75 top end, 24 DPS, 6 strength, and 5 spirits. It's level 30 equipped, but we can't even use that right now. I'm not going to worry about that right now. It's a level 30 weapon. We got a few levels to go. And I don't really know if that's better than the attack power. We have 15 attack power on this. And I really don't know if 6 strength is better than 15 attack power. I feel like it's not. I feel like that's like 12 attack power versus 15. So, yeah, I have to do the annoying escort quest. I don't have to do the annoying escort quest. And in fact, today I don't have time for the annoying escort quest. I do have to go because it is that time. Thank you all very much for hanging out with me today. I really do appreciate it. We're going to be back on the Pally tomorrow. Right now I just feel like playing the Pally. The Rogue will be there. We will play the Rogue and get it leveled up eventually, but I'm going to jump back on the Pally tomorrow, and I would love to see you guys then. Until then, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and we will see you back in Azeroth very soon. Bye for now.